হ্যালো সোমেনদা।
হ্যাঁ বলো। গেছো তো?
হ্যালো।
হ্যাঁ শুনতে পাচ্ছ? হ্যাঁ শুনতে পাচ্ছ?
হ্যালো।
শুনতে পাচ্ছ?
মাইকটা অন করো, মাইকটা অন করো।
হ্যাঁ শুনতে পাচ্ছ? মাইক অন করেছি। শুনতে পাচ্ছ তো? হ্যালো?
হ্যাঁ, শোনা যাচ্ছে।
শোনা যাচ্ছে? শোনা যাচ্ছে ক্লিয়ার? হ্যালো? হ্যালো? বলছি শোনা যাচ্ছে? নির্মদা হ্যালো? হ্যালো? হ্যালো?
হ্যালো।
হ্যাঁ বলছি শোনা যাচ্ছে তো?
হ্যাঁ, শোনা যাচ্ছে।
হ্যাঁ তোমার কথা
হ্যালো।
শোনা যাচ্ছে, তুমি আমার কথা শুনতে পাচ্ছ?
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ।
সেটা বলবে তো।
কিছু একটা পিপিটি পিপিটি একটা।
দেখো।
হ্যাঁ
ঠিক আছে, দেখা যাচ্ছে তো?
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
ঠিক আছে। ওকে।
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ। আসছে আসছে।
ঠিক আছে। শেয়ার করা যাচ্ছে? সবসময় মিউট করবো? হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ। এই দৃশ্যটা আসবে। আমি কালকে ক্যামেরা দুটো অফ আছে, তোমারটা মনে আছে, তোমারটা মনে আছে, অনুপমদারটা অফ আছে, দুটোই অন আছে। অনুপম মাঝি, ও আচ্ছা, অনুপম দাকে বেরিয়ে তো বলো। এটা আসছে আসছে আসছে, হ্যাঁ এখানে আসছে, তাহলে ওটা হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ করো। আসবে দেরি করে আসবে।
23 আগস্ট করলে একটা মত কোথায় এই 23 আগস্ট কত করছি আমার কিন্তু বেশ সময় পূর্ণ হয়ে গেছে।
একটা গন্ডগোল করছে। একটা ছবি কোয়ালিটি না ভালো নেই, ঠিক আছে, তাতে অসুবিধা নেই। তাহলে একটু দেখে নিস। ঠিক আছে, এই যে এই ছবি, ঠিক আছে, হয়ে যাবে।
থ্যাংক ইউ এই এটা কোন এটা ছিল তো নাকি এটা ছিল তো ঠিক আছে
Welcome to CSIR Central Glass and Ceramic Research Institute, Kolkata. This is a safety briefing. In the event of any emergency, please remain calm and evacuate through the nearest exit, illuminated on both the sides or through the main entrance of the auditorium. The assembly point is the open space outside this building, adjacent to KD Sharma Multipurpose Hall near the fountain. You are required to comply with these safety instructions in this building to ensure the safety of all. Thank you. CSI.
Students, there is an announcement. Please take your seats as per your groups. Please take your seats as per your groups. The program is going to be started. So don't make a crowd. Please take your seats as per your groups.
केंद्र कांच एवं सिरामिक अनुसंधान संस्थान कोलकाता में आपका स्वागत है। यह एक सुरक्षा ब्रीफिंग है। किसी भी आपात स्थिति में कृपया शांत रहे और सभागार के दोनों तरफ प्रकाशित निकास या मुख्य प्रवेश द्वार से बाहर जाए। असेंबली पॉइंट इस भवन के बाहर खुली जगह पर है, जो फव्वारे के पास केडी शर्मा मल्टीपर्पज हॉल से निकट है। इस भवन में हर किसी की सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने के लिए आपको इन सुरक्षा निर्देशों का पालन करना आवश्यक है। धन्यवाद। CSIR केंद्रीय कांच এবং সেরামিক গবেষণা সংস্থা কলকাতায় স্বাগতম। এটি একটি নিরাপত্তা সংক্রান্ত ঘোষণা। যে কোনো জরুরি পরিস্থিতিতে অনুগ্রহ করে শান্ত থাকুন এবং উভয় পাশে আলোকিত নিকটতম প্রস্থান পথ দিয়ে অথবা অডিটোরিয়ামের প্রধান প্রবেশদ্বার দিয়ে বাহিরে যান। সমাবেশস্থল এই বিল্ডিংয়ের বাইরে খোলা জায়গা কেডি শর্মা মাল্টিপারপাস হলের পাশে ফোয়ারার কাছে। এই ভবনে প্রত্যেকের নিরাপত্তা নিশ্চিত করার জন্য এই নিরাপত্তা নির্দেশাবলী মেনে চলা আবশ্যক। ধন্যবাদ।
Hello.
morning to all. I will request all of you to keep your mobile phones in silent or switched off mode first. We have now arrived at the second day of the auspicious 1 week, 1 lab program, which has been launched by our Honorable Minister of Science and Technology and Vice President of Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, Dr. Jitendra Singh, with an aim of highlighting the scientific and technological connect of laboratories with multiple tiers of the society. Via today's theme of connecting and creating future leaders, we have invited approximately 130 students from different universities and institutions in and around Kolkata, and we are very happy to have all of you here. And throughout the day, the students will get to know more about CSIR and CSIR-CGCRI as well. I now request our Director Madam, Dr. Suman Kumari Mishra, our Chief Guest, Professor Parthasarathi Chakraborty, Director IIST Shivpur, and Dr. V.K. Balla, Chief Scientist and Head, Bioceramics and Coating Division, to come to the dais and grace the occasion. On behalf of the organizing committee, I take this opportunity to express our sincere thanks to our guest of honor, Dr. Arvind Kumar Mishra, Director, CSIR, Central Institute of Mining and Fuel Research, Dhanbad, who is attending the program virtually. We now inaugurate the program with traditional lighting the lamp ceremony.
तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रामृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना ब्रह्माच्युत शंकर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सह
I now request our Director Madam to say a few words as welcome remarks.
Very good morning to all of you. Today's chief guest, Professor Parthasarathi Chakraborty, Director IIST Shivpur, Dr. Vamsi Balla, Dr. A.K. Mishra, who will be joining, actually has not joined yet because SIMFER and CGCRI OWOL program is overlapping. They also have 22nd to 26th. But in between, he will be joining to say few words that he has agreed today morning. My all colleagues of CGCRI, my dear students of CGCRI, as well many of the college and the institution students who have come as a delegate, as a participant of today's program. On the behalf of this institute and on my personal behalf, I welcome all of you of today's second day program. Already Dr. Juhi Chakraborty has told you. This program has been thought by our Science and Technology Minister, who happens to be the for CSIR, Science and Technology Minister is uh, Vice President. And he has said that within this last year Foundation Day to coming Foundation Day on 26 September, all the labs of CSIR, which is 38 in numbers on the in CSIR, I hope all my students who have come, they know that CSIR organization has a 37 R&D labs all over India at different places. They will be celebrating 1 week, 1 lab. 1 week, 1 lab. That is, one lab will be spending time 1 week disseminating the informations about CSIR, about that particular lab where it is being, for example, for us it is CGCRI, and we will connect through, it is a social connect through at different tiers to industrialists, which we finished yesterday, to students. There also there is 2 categories we have made. One who have already know the basics, they know what is science, what is not science, and where to go. Either you are pursuing science or engineering in your pursuit, and you are we expect that all of you will be a very good scientist or the engineers, which requires this country very much. With that thought, today's the day is dedicated for you, so that at some of the leading labs, which are the national R&D labs, you will have exposure what kind of the work is going on. As well, it helps you in understanding many of the things, plus an interest should come that yes, if we go, this is the need of the country, because you remember most of you are either, to my knowledge, either you, most of you are either science student or you are engineering student, maybe material science, engineering, mechanical engineering. All these needs where the one side software is required to be very well made, but remember there are 2 differences: software using and software development. Quite often, if you all are in your colleges must be using MATLAB and many software, you are far better than me, who knows what all softwares are, Abacus. So, but remember, you have none, somehow there is no Indian code on that. All are imported, and we pay a very heavy amount each year licensing, that all institutions know about this. I want my students of India who are bright, who has taken courage to take the, has come through the different competitive exam and shown their capability that they have done well. That's why you could get admission in those advanced engineering courses or whatever you are doing. Today there is quite often there is a trend that everybody says that, oh, I am going for either IT or some software side we are going. It's okay, it's very good, it should be one should go, but remember, your code should be yours, your program should be yours. So India is lacking that, though we are we Indians are developing at USA, but we are not developing at India. This is a requirement of the, in terms of software. Come to the manufacturing side, there are many areas. There is a list of areas where India is, though well known in terms of its knowledge, but manufacturing facilities, manufacturing industries are not there. Entrepreneurship mindset is, now it is coming up with the startups and other things, but now I am very happy that many of the young people have come as entrepreneur. But it has been observed, most of them are going only in terms of the software, either to manage some through software managing things. But I want that many of the, my personally, really I want to see that youth of today's India, which we could not do. Remember, it's a drawback which we could not do, and but we should have done it, we could not do that because probably that kind of a environment was not there. But today that such environments are being made. Still there will be difficulties, but entrepreneurs and manufacturing, making things is very, do you know, we all talk about the chips and all, not a single chip is made in India. Please accept the truths, and it is our responsibility, and this is our means we all collectively. And of course, being a youth, it is you who has to lead this. This is very, very important. So such kind of facilities will be there unless you come out. There are many schemes through that. This is the way means CSIR wants that each youth of all colleges, students, they come up so that India becomes self-sustaining. You become the leader of this country. No, I don't mean that leader means leaders are not only those people who are having some position or they are having some leader, prime minister, minister or anything. They are leader in their own pursuit. We all are leaders at wherever we are stand, we are the leaders. Be it whatever be the designations given to us. This I want to tell all the students, remember these are the responsibilities on you, that come up with your own product, come up with a collective teamwork and give us some new India. You know that today Chandrayaan is coming. There is a lot many people have worked, and it is a proud moment for us. We believe and we pray that we get successful thing at the evening. Probably it is starting from 5:30 or so. It is going to be shown that we become successful. But remember, before that, lot many people have worked if we become successful. And even if we suppose by any chance something does not work or it works, lot of effort, lot of learning has gone into that. That makes Chandrayaan 2 did not work. Ultimately, it could not work, but Chandrayaan 3 people are expecting that it will happen. So like this life is, but unless we work, we will be not. So today's, without taking much time, this program today, we expect that through the deliberations of the CGCRI different developments, and also there are different programs which has been arranged by here, that you will get interested in few of these areas. They are very important. We are working in different strategic areas, different new development, hydrogen generation, new alternative renewable energies, new kind of glasses for different uses, new kind of separations, how you can do, and newer technology for the societal issues, how the tiles, what you see, how we can make better. This all thing matters in our day-to-day life. If you remember, but still it may be there when you are going to your villages, you might be seeing different kind of purses there in village. But when you are staying here at Calcutta and all, you see a lot of tiles. When we were child, we were having a combination. Some house may be having somewhere marble, somewhere people had this. So people living has gradually increased, and that dictates the developments of the newer thing. And that is the thing, that demand which comes, that everybody has to work in that. With these few words, I once again welcome all of you. I would like to also tell you that all these programs are in YouTube. It is live telecasted through CGCRI website. So all of you should attend. This program is for 5 days. Yesterday it happened for the industry meet, beside the inauguration of all the 5 days this thing. Today is the connect with the students who are in college and research or that level. You are doing PhD or you are MTech or master students, or the maybe graduation. To my knowledge, today in this gathering, graduation is not there. And then tomorrow we have a social connect where the different artisans, and it is open day. Anyone can come, anyone can see. For that, it is tomorrow, and the 25th is for the school connect, where the 10th from 9th to 12th, the students from Calcutta and around about 315 students are coming, and they are joining in person. And of course, in through YouTube link, many people can join. And finally, on 26th, we have a Foundation Day program. So who are interested in, they can also see these live programs through the YouTube. So I wish all of you a very great success in your life. And not only that, I want that when you go from here today, you go with a learning, happy mood, and having a zeal which should not die down in 1 or 2 days once you leave this organization today in this premise, but it remains in your heart. At least 50% of you, I want to see that. With this verse, thank you, and again welcome to our chief guest and other members who are attending here and also are online. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam, for your kind, encouraging words and the information provided. I now request Dr. V.K. Balla to introduce our chief guest, Professor Parthasarathi Chakraborty, Director, IIST Shipur.
Good morning to all of you. Before I formally introduce our chief guest, Professor Parthasarathi Chakraborty, I would like to mention 3 points. As you all know, today is a very important day for India. As you all know, like Chandrayaan 3 will be landing the lander Vikram and also rover Pragyan on south pole of moon. By the end of the day, we will be witnessing this event, historic event. As you have seen, like all success stories of ISRO or any other organization in India demonstrated that how science and technology and other experiences have been transferred over the decades or over generations. So that is the primary aim of today's event, connecting and creating future leaders, that is all you younger generations. And we at CGCRI, all of us, very proud to be a part of this process, and today is the primary focus of that. And through this, we aim to realize the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Okay, with this, I would like to introduce our chief guest, Professor Parthasarathi Chakraborty, who is currently full-time director at Indian Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology, Shipur. Before this, he also served as a director at NIT Allahabad from 2011 to 16. During that time, he has also taken additional charge as a director of NIT Patna. Professor Chakraborty has made significant contributions to experimental and theoretical research in the area of microelectronics and photonics. And more than 300 research articles, 3 textbooks, and 3 patents are in his credit. He has been reviewer for several leading technical journals and also served as an editorial board as associate editor for Journal of Electronics and Materials. He is also appeared in the golden list of reviewers for IEE transactions. Professor Chakraborty proactive role is evident from 2 dedicated research centers he established at NIT Allahabad. One is Center for Interdisciplinary Research, and the second one is Center for Medical Diagnostics and Research. Apart from this, there is a long list of awards and honors. To name a few, he is Fellow of Institute of Engineers and Senior Member of IEEE USA. He is a recipient of Visiting Fellowship of INSA and also MRSI Distinguished Lectureship Award, Amity Academic Excellent Award, and so on. With this brief introduction, I request Professor Chakraborty to address the August gathering.
A very good morning to one and all. Dr. Shuman Kumari Mishra, Director of CGCRI, Dr. Bhalla, distinguished members, other speakers, and scientists of CGCRI who are of the dais, and dear participants who have joined this program from different institutions. Let me begin by just thanking this Honorable Minister of Science and Technology for taking this initiative to organize program. And I'm also happy that CGCRI has taken the initiative to start this program, 1 week, 1 lab program. This is a brilliant idea, I should say. because you know that throughout the country, CSIR has different labs. And they have opened the doors now for others to see what is happening there. And there are a lot of academic institutions all over the country. And it's a very good thing that when you have a collaboration, particularly when I come to CGCRI, I remember that we have signed an MOU with CGCRI as IIST and MOU to take up some joint collaborative projects. The whole idea of utilizing the facilities which are available in other institutions is very, very important, right? The basic problem in our country which has come up, which we now realize that over years, over decades, we have created similar kind of facilities in different institutions, right? And so, for example, if I say that within Calcutta, if you find that how many electron microscopes are there, within Calcutta, you'll find huge number, right? But how many people can access those electron microscope? That number is very, very limited, right? So this culture has to be brought where these instrumental facilities which are available can be shared by others. So opening the doors for others is a very, very good attempt, which I really, really appreciate that. And more this kind of programs will be there, and which will enable us to share the resources which we are having. India is not a very rich country that we can afford to create this many facilities, and it is a wastage of money. Even I have seen that in big universities, central university, you have similar facilities in different labs, and the average utilization of this high-end equipment is not 100%, it is 30 to 40% maximum. So why the machine which is has such high value machine should lie idle? Why we should not allow others to use it? That's very, very important, I guess, and this will be a big opportunity. So far as my association with CSIR lab, I being an electronics engineer, obviously it is Siri Pilani, Central Electronics Engineering Research Institute, which is in Pilani, Rajasthan. So I visited the lab. I'm familiar with the culture of the scientists at its CSIR lab. And when these labs were created, we had huge expectation from the lab. And now what Director Madam was mentioning, that probably over years, despite having so many labs and so many infrastructures created in different IITs, NITs and other centrally funded institutions, the output, research output in terms of research output cannot be measured only in terms of number of publications you have. And I say not even by the number of patents you have. How many products have been really commercialized is very, very important. So far, India's dominance is in the field of softwares. Information technology, India has contributed a lot. Unfortunately, not in the country, but most of the softwares where Director Madam was mentioning, they were developed and they are marketed by big multinational companies, but most of the engineers who have developed are mostly from India, right? So they had the engineers and thousands of engineers work together to develop a software. And once you develop a software, and that's a very big business, right? The margin they have, and the same software, they sell at different price in different customers, depending that how much bargaining you can do with that. So huge amount of margin is there. And with this availability of the software, it has created some problem also. For the young engineers, will be many scientists and engineers. Now what we do, MATLAB, say for example, is a common platform which is used by many people. And there are many other commercial software tools which are used by scientists and engineers. It's like a black box, that what you are doing inside and how the algorithm has been developed, and they give you some handbook, you will get some information about that. But There's a time when we started our research, we used to model a system or anything you are working on, you used to model it and write the model equation, solve those equations in your own way, and develop an algorithm and solve the problem. But today's research trend has changed that you use a software tool to do most of the theoretical research. And you may argue that since most of these softwares are very, very sophisticated softwares and virtually can solve any kind of problem, then what is the need for separately analyzing or modeling a system and write an algorithm and wasting time on that? But the difficult part is that difficulty you face in these softwares that you do not know what are the assumptions made and what are the way they are solving this equation, which may not perfectly match with your problem. That we never understand, because in electronics engineering, I know many softwares are available. If you use blindly those softwares without understanding the physics involved in it, you may get some output from the software which is far from the reality. So this is one of the major drawbacks of the software. So when you do analysis of any system, what you need to understand the physics behind the operation of the system. That is very, very important. And that's why the importance is still there, right? Not in terms of writing publication when you send a theoretical paper and you do your own algorithm and the paper may be rejected saying that this can be done in half an hour or 15 minutes by using a software tool. Right, but the amount of effort you have put in this, no one is going to see these days. Unless you have some kind of experimental verification for that, no one is going to buy it. So there are a lot of difficulties in this software. And now what is important for the country probably, which is the need of this hour, is probably to develop some product in the manufacturing sector, what the Director Madam has mentioned rightly, that manufacturing sector we need to do something. And if we cannot do, you cannot simply depend on these sophisticated instruments to be purchased and do research publications and which nobody reads virtually, right? India produces large number of publications, right? But how many of them are really path-breaking is very difficult. There's a tendency of having Indian research has been mostly considered as a derivative kind of research. You take some papers from some journal and start working on this and make derivative changes in that and publish paper. So publishing paper is not enough, right? So you have to have some innovative ideas of doing things, because what we do, normally we take the idea from the West and we think probably this is the only way to solve the problem. No, this may not be true. You can have altogether a different approach to solve the problem. Probably somewhere down the line we have missed that confidence of doing something which is entirely different. And that's why today government is telling that, putting a lot of emphasis on your innovative approach, innovations, right? And this innovation culture, somehow in our education system, I do not know, somewhere we do not teach make them innovative, right? In classes, they are so much loaded with the courses that they spend the entire time in the classroom and hardly any time to think. And any odd student suddenly comes with a question which may appear to be crazy. And the teacher will immediately discourage, what nonsense you are talking, or something like that, and stop it. Right? And that kills your innovative approach of spirit in the school itself. By the time you come to the college or for higher education, it is little late to be innovative, right? So my point I'm trying to make that you'll have to think out of the box, right? Don't take for granted that this is the only route for reaching the solution. So develop some indigenous method of doing certain things, right? and which should be commercially viable also. Don't give a solution which will be very, very expensive. Then no one will buy your idea, right? It has to be economically viable also. Sometimes when you have constraints, you become innovative, right? COVID has shown us, during COVID, many new ideas have come, right? And doing things, COVID has its bad effects on this. It killed so many people, and we are really distressed at that time. But many people have used COVID to their advantage and made a lot of business, particularly the IT industries. The new methodology of teaching, learning, and examination system, proctored examination system. Sitting at a home, you are doing this examination, but it is remotely proctored, your examination. So all these brilliant ideas and making their business model that came, and some people probably wanted, those who wanted to make money out of the situation, to make more money, and they are thinking that it should have continued for some more long time, because some of these business, again we have returned to that meeting physically. So those business are out now, right? Today, as Dr. Balla mentioned, that it's a very important day for us, that for Chandrayaan, that landing on moon will be happening today. And you know that ISRO has set an example which tells this Indian people that we can do it. And you remember that when the Pokhran test was there, sanction was imposed on India by US. And because of that, the cryogenic engine making and all these things that started in India, that indigenously they started building. So once you have this possibility of transferring the technology, then you get habituated to this and you don't try to invent. But when the sanction came, it's a good one thing that you have developed yours. And now the whole country, now we are thinking that India should be self-reliant, Atmanirbhar India, right? It's not just a slogan. We'll have to make it, and we probably can make it. Because if you take a statistics, you'll find that most of these Indian scientists, they are performing extremely well in the Western countries. And mostly many of the labs are surviving because of the postdoctoral fellows who are coming from India to all these European countries and the US, and people from India and China, mostly they are running those labs. So given a conducive environment, Indians can perform much, much better than those Western people, the native people. That has been tested. But the same group of people, when they come to India, they are not able to perform, right? One reason probably that we could not provide that kind of environment for you so that you can perform, right? And this is one of the reasons probably that we could not be leaders, or means we could not make some product which we can sell worldwide. China has shown it, that we can make product which can be sold in the US or in the UK or any developed nation, they can do it. In most of the places you'll find that $1 shop or £1 shop, most of them are full with Chinese products. So China has made it, and why we cannot make it? We have such a huge population, so if we can mobilize them, give them a conducive environment, then we can do, right? Now, the government has taken a lot of programs, startup programs, for example. There are difficulties, but I think it is too late now, because if you take the example of Silicon Valley, for example, that Silicon Valley is a place in San Francisco, it is a place that where all these kinds of facilities are there. So when you want to have an industry or a small startup, first thing you require finance, right? So there will be players who will be giving you finance. You need legal support, right? You need good kind of communication. So, and Silicon Valley had the advantage of its proximity to Stanford University. And Stanford University graduates used to they have actually developed all these big companies, starting from Hewlett Packard, HP company, all these big companies and the giant computer companies, Intel and all these things, they all started in Silicon Valley because the environment was very conducive for having a startup there. And all the headquarters of all these giant companies are now in Silicon Valley. Right. But here you identify a place in a city and say that this is Silicon Valley for this city, and without having the basic facilities there. So I cannot blame the young entrepreneurs that you could not make it. We'll have to provide that. So if we can do it, we have the capability and we have the talent. But somehow we could not organize the whole thing so that it can produce something, some output. Right. Once upon a time, India was a closed economy, right, where India used to produce certain things in automobile industry, few industries, Hind Motor was there, few industries were there where automobiles were made in the country and consumed in the country. But now it is open, economy is open, so any product can come to India. If you are now in automobile, if you want to search in our time when we started, we had that Premier Poderi, that Fiat car only, and the Ambassador car. You didn't have choice. Now you go to a market automobile shop and you'll be confused that which one to buy. They are coming with so many features. That means now it has become very, very competitive. Market has become very, very competitive. So I think that this culture of innovation has to be there, right? And research should not be that how good researcher you are should be counted in terms of number of publications you have. And then sometimes people, when I went to that Siri Pilani lab, that time they are switching over. Suddenly the ministry said that no publication, research publication, we want some product. But overnight this cannot happen, no? That you have been habituated in publishing paper and you consider it as to be a scientific output. That is your contribution in terms, right? You are given a project and the project ends up in a report which is a bunch of paper, no product. Right. Now they said that the outcome should be in terms of a product which can be commercialized. So having a patent is also not very great achievement unless it is commercialized. That is also one important thing you need to understand. Because Indian researchers are very smart that way, right? Whatever paper you publish, instead of publishing that paper, you can have a patent also. If you are little clever, I will not say intelligent, if you are little clever, you can convert that research paper into a patent. But unless the patent is commercialized in a product, you cannot do the technology transfer to an industry will make a product for you. I think this is equally useless. Equally useless. On the contrary, it will have a pressure in terms of finance on the institute. For holding the patent, you will have to pay some fees. So that's not very much encouraging. We are creating awareness that everyone should file a patent, but this is the flip side of that. So having a patent, unless it is commercialized, will not be. So your idea will be that you will have to bring something which can be commercialized. That's very, very important. Ultimately, every whole thing is run by commerce, right? Because without money, you cannot buy instrument, you cannot do research, right? So all these things. So the whole idea of becoming self-reliant India you'll have to produce products which will be competitive in terms of price, right? If the price cost is very high, then it will not be, no one will buy. And your technology has to be a sustainable one, right? So all these features, there are few areas where researches are going on, and that is believed to be the coming technology in future. I'll mention some of them. Even though now most of the people are talking of artificial intelligence, all of you, and there is a craze for artificial intelligence, and probably artificial intelligence is going to change the whole thing in terms of research, anything. Now, artificial intelligence can be used for creative workers, right? Already, artificial intelligence is being used for writing research papers, right? You can imagine where we are heading, right? Then with the help of artificial intelligence, you'll be doing all these things from medical line, the diagnosis in a case. One day a situation will come when you will find that in the court of law there will be no judge, and there will be a machine which will decide that who wins the case, right? But the point will come, ultimate verdict will give that and then sign that. This is machine cannot give you, right? Probably. So artificial intelligence is going to change a lot, the future technology. But personally, I believe that there is a basic flaw in the whole idea of artificial intelligence. So the whole idea of thinking that human being as biological robot is a fundamentally wrong, because the whole idea of this artificial intelligence is based on that. You make logical decisions, take logical decisions, but human beings are such that all decisions they make are not logical decisions, right? We make many decisions which are not logical. So there is a fundamental difference, but it is going to change many things. The way we see our life, day-to-day life, that is going to change in a big way. And many other issues will come with the artificial intelligence, probably the copyright issues and other, because a lot of information are available in this internet now. Some of them are authenticated, some of them are not, right? And the other issues which will be associated with artificial intelligence when you try to implement it, I said copyright, and this can be misused to a large extent by people. But you should keep your eyes open what is happening in that field of technology. The other one which is going to come in a big way is renewable energy, and this is one area we should focus on, and particularly the electric vehicles. And in the coming days, the technology will be your vehicles which will be driverless vehicles, automobiles which will be driverless. It is already in the market. Some company has already brought it in the market. Your aircraft will be your also pilotless. And physically there will be no pilot. Right? You sit in the aircraft and it announces, your captain says that today I am working from home. Captain is not there, and we are going to take off shortly. Right? So this situation is also going to come probably very shortly. So these are the areas, and another area where the whole concept of transportation is also going to change. The fifth mode of transportation which is going to come, where through vacuum tubes the rails will move, and the time taken will be very, very less, right? So these are some new concepts which are coming, but one thing we always mention about is that whatever technology we develop should be a sustainable technology, right? For example, energy, we say that energy should be green energy, but personally I do not believe that anything can be really green energy, right? Because you see the pollution in terms of, but we do not think that the kind of electronic waste we produce in terms of materials also, which are not all biodegradable. So how to dispose of those materials? E-waste is a big issue. Electronic waste, the battery of your mobile or your laptop, right? How will you dispose it of, right? So these issues will come. Nothing is sustainable means that it will have adverse effect on environment, right? But when the civilization grows like this and new technology is coming, no technology can be like this, that it will have no effect on this, but we should try to minimize this adverse effect on the environment will be considered as something. So what we are trying in renewable energy is mostly energy harvesting. You take the energy from the natural sources and produce it in the form of electrical energy and consume it is the way. But in the process, you are using several devices and systems which will have some effect on the environment, right? But just the objective is to minimize it. And so a lot of things are happening. Some new technologies are coming. Some technologies will survive. Some technologies will vanish from the market very soon. And which technology is going to stay is difficult to say. That's why we talk of a technology which we call disruptive technology, right? So something you plan that this technology is going in this direction, and after 10 years the technology will take you there. But in between some new technology may come and take the whole thing in a different direction. That has happened in the past many times. One example I give you is that in this illumination technology where you use, earlier we used to have the fluorescent lamps from incandescent lamp to fluorescent lamp, there's a big jump, right? Then we had these CFLs, right? And suddenly that LED came into the market and took the entire illumination technology in a different direction. And now everyone talks of light emitting diodes to be used for general purpose illumination. But LED, when it was invented, initially was thought for specific purposes, mostly for display purposes, in electronic equipment and in fiber optic communication, these LEDs were used. Now, that point of time, nobody thought that it can be used for general purpose illumination also. Not only indoor, but outdoor also. This is possible. So this kind of technology may from fluorescent to completely in a different direction you are now taken. So that can happen at any point of time, And coming back to our making policy and taking a new technology for India, say for example, you know that if you want to make some real development in terms of technology, science has to be very strong. If you ignore your basic science, no technology cannot develop. You cannot develop your technology without having strong background science. So science is very, very important for all engineering technological institution, and you have to be very, very strong in science. Then only you can build the technology. What has happened in the past in our country, unfortunately, is that we take some technology without seeing that we are really prepared for taking forward this technology already. Okay. So this is one of the problem which we are facing. So what we'll have to see that whatever technology we take up, now we have taken this technology for IC designing in the country, designing of IC chip design, right? But it is little late, where lot of people are already making chips and we are buying those chips. But it is late. But now India have started. Like nanotechnology also, that mission we started a little late. In MEMS technology, in biotechnology also. At right time, if you start and if you prepare your ground like this to do further in this, I think that is very, very important, right? Because the research is going on all over the world, right? So take the right technology at the right point of time and prepare the background also so that we can take up this technology. The bottom line is that we'll have to make efforts to be more innovative and make products which you can sell all over the world, not for your own consumption also. That should be the focus. And then you, in real sense, you'll be you can become self-reliant or Atmanirbhar Bharat, which we are aiming for. ISRO has given an example, we can do it. We can not only do it, we can do much better than other countries also. And with that zeal, with that spirit, if all of us work together, I think it will not be impossible. And finally, we have come to ceramic and glass. Glass is a material, is a fascinating material because Now this is the age of materials also. There's a time when few materials were available to you, and whatever you make, you'll have to use those materials. Now today we are in an age where we can design the material. Earlier we used to use the materials to design certain thing. Now I can design the material to fit my requirement for making a device or a system. So that's the big opportunity. And glass has so many interesting properties. It's really fascinating. What glass we used to consider as a brittle and fragile thing, now we have very hard glasses. Now we have smart glasses where the transparency of glass you can change by coating film and electronically. These are called electronic glasses, right? Or smart glasses. Glass can do amplification. So lot of things you can get out of glass. Bioactive glasses where the bones can be replaced by bioactive. It's a huge prospect. And I think with our institution, I'll request Madam to have a stronger interaction with our institution. And I welcome all of you who are coming from different institutions to come to IIST. Whatever facilities we have, if you require it, we'll extend it. And things should not end up. The India, the main problem is that everything ends up after signing the MOU, where it should be the beginning of the interaction, right? So once again, I congratulate CGCRI, all these members who have organized this program, and the Ministry of Science and Technology for initiating this OWOL program and giving facilities who are less privileged to have access to sophisticated laboratories. It's a very good attempt. And thank you, Director Madam, for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to interact with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind, informative words. We now felicitate.
Thank you, Professor Patri Chakrabarti, for a very informative talk. And there are many areas which has been told by him, which our students and researchers should think about it. And I also I have come to that Professor Mishra, who has joined. I welcome you, sir, again. In absentia, you are already welcome. So thank you for joining. I know how busy you are. Professor Mishra is our guest of honor today, and he is Director, Central Mining and Fuel Research Institute of CSIR, which is situated at Dhanbad. He is before taking to directorship of CIMFER, Dhanbad, he is professor of IIT Dhanbad in the Mining and Minerals Division. Over to Jui.
Sir, you were requested to deliver the address, please.
Thank you very much. Is my voice audible there?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, and on my personal behalf, I welcome all present for the function. The Honorable Chief Guest, Professor P. Chakrabarti, Director, IIST Shibpur, and Dr. Suman Kumari Mishra Madam, Director, CGCRI, and other dignitaries who are present on the dais and off the dais, fellow scientists, dear students, research scholars, ladies and gentlemen. It's my proud honor and privilege to be invited by Madam Mishra. I agreed to the request, but unfortunately I got in another function, 1 week 1 lakh program of CSIR-CGCRI, and I'm extremely sorry, Madam. I'm extremely sorry that I couldn't make it to physically be there. But definitely I'll make a point and I'll come down and we'll have good interactions with you all. Thank you very much. I would like to, just I'll not take much time. I'll just take a few minutes. First of all, this program, which is connected with the young minds, college and students or Young Researchers Conclave, which Madam has designed in, is a fabulous idea. Reason being, this has been designed and this has been executed on the day when Chandrayaan 3 is going to land. So that is the one which whole of the country is going to celebrate, and this is the day which has been chosen up by Madam. So thank you and congratulations, Madam, for picking up this date. And for the young researchers, basically, when we look up why are we in research, that is what is more important. And when we look up the past, the history, all the developed nations which are developed right now, they invested not for a year, at least for 100, 150 years in science and technology. And it is the science and technology which has made them, or their economy has grown and they have become so strong. So it is not other way around. Basically, that economy drives in science and technology. Rather, it is science and technology which drives in the economy. And that is the reason why we need to be, more focused on S&T, science and technology. And another good thing with science and technology, particularly for the young, as we know that very recently we have concluded the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and right now we are in the Amrit Kal, which will be till 2047. And what we have seen that over the years, our economy has grown strong. We are now 5th largest economy in the world, and very soon we will be getting towards the 3rd economy in the world. And this all has happened because of science and technology. And this science and technology is being driven by the youth. I will convey that youth, particularly the young scientists, young researchers, this is the best time to be in science and technology, because funding is not a problem. There is a drive from the government. There is a fund availability. There are policies which have been drafted towards the upliftment of science and technology. So this is the best time to be in science and technology. And this is the time when there is demand and requirement from the youth to contribute. And the platform which I think Madam has provided, it is a big platform for young researchers to get connected, to get collaborated, getting the ideas, the innovative ideas, the creative ideas, and then, come out with solutions for the challenges which have been posed by the industry, by the society. So this is the best time to be in science and technology, and the youth Sakti or the Yuva Sakti of the country, they are the one who will be driving the economy and will be taking us towards 3rd economy, and after some time we'll be the 2nd largest economy in the world. So I think this is the best time and the best platform which has been provided by CSIR-CGCRI, Madam Dr. Suman Kumari Mishra ji. And further, I would like, very briefly, I would like to touch upon that whatever we do, like we have been doing a lot. We are the 3rd largest country in terms of publications. But in terms of when it comes to wealth to knowledge, we are good. We do create a lot of knowledge. We do create publications. But again, when it comes back, creation of wealth from the knowledge, I think probably we lacking there. And it is an initiative which has been taken up at CSIR as well as at other institutions, that we need to innovate, we need to patent, and then we need to produce. And we need to create the wealth out of the knowledge which has been created. And I'm pretty sure that the platform which has been provided by CSIR-CGCRI, all young researchers will get together, will create a network wherein for your issues, for your problems, there are solutions, and these solutions not necessarily alone you will be in a position to find in. You need to find the help, you need to seek in the help, and 100%, I'm pretty sure that we will be in a position to solve the challenges which has been posed on us as a country, as society. And the global challenges which are there, like the climate change, we are struggling hard so far as, the carbon neutral or net zero by 2070. So it is science and technology which will be playing a big role for the sustainability, and we will be also addressing the issues of the global concern. So with these words, I think I'll stop myself. I wish big grand success to the event which has been organized, and I'm really extremely sorry that I am not able to make it physical. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. And we will be sending the memento by post for virtually. So now I request Director Madam to felicitate our chief guest. This stoneware flower brush is from our CSIR-CGCRI Outreach Center at Puja, and this is the craftsmanship of one of our artisans. This is meticulously hand painted and glazed and fired up to perfection, showcasing our exceptional craftsmanship of Puja artisans. I now request Dr. Debashish Bandyopadhyay, Chief Scientist and Head, BTPD, to deliver his talk.
Okay, so a very good morning to all of you, and essentially I would like to, I have been requested to, am I audible? Okay. So very good morning to all of you, and I have been asked to essentially talk of a few words about the history of CSIR and CGCRI, because you will be having a lot of visits and maybe to labs and other things of looking at what we are at present. So probably this will be a sort of a premiere for this, of how we have evolved and how we came to this position what we are. Now, when I was asked to essentially talk about both CSIR and CGCRI together, it was actually a challenge. But there is, interestingly, a lot of similarity between the two. And although now CGCRI happens to be a constituent lab of CSIR, but if you look at the evolution and if you look at the history, these two institutions can actually be referred to as maybe cousins who co-evolved together in almost the same economic and societal milieu. Now, like many of these types of, inventions or foundations or historical developments, it was not actually a very planned growth in which CSIR emerged, which might not be known to many. CSIR was not actually established essentially to do high quality science or high quality technology, and it did not come in that way. And the driving force behind both CGCRI and CSIR and probably many other institutions that came together during that time had been the First World War. So as you know, during the First World War, which started in 1914, there was a lot of disruption in supply chain, requirement for a very large number of materials, requirements for ammunition, requirements for weapons, and several of those types of things, which actually prompted the Viceroy's Executive Council that time, who are, as you know, India was not independent. It was under the British rule. And it came up with what we call an Indian Industrial Commission, which was headed by a person known as Sir Thomas Holland. So the reason why the Industrial Commission had been brought was not to do science, not to do technology, but essentially to ensure that tariffs should be actually imposed so that, the sort of different types of trade which were taking place during the war time comes to a much more, level playing field. But unusually, Sir Thomas Holland, and this was the report which was given, and this Industrial Commission made a very interesting sort of a comment that protective tariffs may bolster up the existing factories, but they will be ineffective unless they give rise to scientific inquiry or expert treatment of problems. So what it came to be actually appreciated was the role of technology in the developing times in order to ensure that more and more these factories or industries run essentially by means of advanced scientific developments. Now the war was continuing, and this Holland's report or the Indian Industrial Commission report lay forgotten within piles of file, and nothing was happening for the several further years to come. And actually, when this was happening, by the time it was 1918 or something, the pandemic broke out. As you know, the predecessor to our COVID, when during 1917 and 18, the Spanish flu was sweeping across the world and everything was actually totally disrupted. So this went on, several years have passed since that time. And finally in 1930s, and very interesting thing happened. When Richard Gregory, who was the editor of Nature, actually brought to the attention that there had been, and actually this, there was a meeting and there was a lot of discussion that was taking place with Sir C.V. Raman, Dr. Gyan Chandra Ghosh, who was heading the Indian Institute of Science during that time, and also with Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar, who actually, and that time what was happening, there was an Industrial Intelligence and Research Bureau which was set up. It was not set up, there was a proposal to set up, which was actually denied by the British government. But ultimately in 1933, I am not going into the details, this was actually set up, and the objective of this Industrial Intelligence and Research Bureau was to ensure one part was intelligence, to find out what is happening elsewhere, and the other part was to have a research in order to ensure what is supposed to happen, right? So basically, based on this particular Indian Intelligence and Research Bureau's thing, which was, and later on, this word intelligence was dropped, and subsequently it became what is known as the Industrial Research Bureau in 1933. And by that time, there was again a sort of disruption. Second World War broke out, right? And so there was again a disruption within this thing. Now this push that was given by nature during that time essentially happened because of a lot of, coordination or a lot of liaison which existed between Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar and the Nature during that time. Bhatnagar wrote a full-length article in Nature about what is the need of India's industrial resurgence and the need of science and technology in doing that, the need for an organization, central organization to do such things. And eventually, Nature was actually, publishing a number of editorials in later stages with CSIR. Now, as many of you might not be knowing, CSIR began its journey in Calcutta. So in Alipur, Calcutta, these are some of the older buildings, which was known as the famous Mitra block of this region in Alipur, which housed the government test house, where several organizations were born, and they were born together. CSIR was born together, was there, CGCRI happened to be there, and another institute was NIRJAF, National Institute of Research in Jute and Allied Fiber Technology, which was also born into this particular block. So this is a very, very area, but the original premises were all these institutes. That's why I told CSIR and CGCRI happens to be cousins actually in terms of evolution and development. So as I told you, the IRB was in 1933. And from there on, there was a lot of pushing which was going on. Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar was there. The Viceroy's Executive Council that time was, there, and Sir Ramaswamy Udaliar was already on board on that one. And eventually, what happened, Gyanchandra Ghosh was there, C.V. Raman was there, all these luminaries were there. And finally, the Board of Scientific and Industrial Research was constituted in April 1, 1940 for an initial period of 2 years. Now, the BSIR was supposed to be a transitory provision to cater only for 2 years with a corpus fund of 5 lakhs. And the Industrial Research Bureau and the research branch of the National Test House were amalgamated into the board, and Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar was made the first director of this board in August 1940. So this was actually the run-up to CSIR. So there were several meetings. Meetings were held in Lahore, meetings were held in Calcutta, meetings were held in Delhi, meetings were held in London. Certain meetings were even held in New York among all these people who were discussing. And essentially, what was felt that there was a need to limit the state influence on scientific research to enhance freedom, because that time, as you know, again, this was a pre-independence period. And also it was felt that there should be a lot of independence given to scientists in order to carry out the research. And based on this, Sir Ramaswamy Mudaliar of the Central introduced a bill in the Central Legislative Assembly of Delhi in November 1941 to set up what is known as the Industrial Research Fund. This Industrial Research Fund was supposed to promote the industrial research. So Holland's report of the Indian Industrial Commission was salvaged from under the files, where it was written the role of technology, role of science, and role of scientific research in bolstering industrial production. And basically, based on this, the Industrial Research Fund was supposed to be utilized. And the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research came into existence on April 1, 1942, the first time it was formed. At that time, actually, the council consisted of 14 members, with Sir Ramaswamy Mudaliar was the president, Bhatnagar was the director, and among the many luminaries, the first CSIR consisted of J.R.T. Tata. Tata was actually a member of the CSIR and had played actually a seminal role, in the development and growth of CSIR. So I'm not going into the details of all these things. You need not read. So essentially, the CSIR had these objectives, and many of these objectives eventually happened to be the objectives of various laboratories, including CGCRI, to organize and maintain national laboratories, to establish research institutes, stimulate applied research, right? Solve the problems of manpower problems, to encourage research activities for industries, function as a national trust of patents, function as a board of standards. CSIR was supposed to maintain the India's standards institution, and to function to encourage deserving scientific and technical societies to foster growth. Now, you might be seeing nowadays several laboratories of CSIR. Some laboratories are called national institutes, some laboratories are called central institutes, some laboratories are... So you might be thinking why these differences were there. These differences, essentially, there was a thought process that went in with these founders of CSIR when this was there. There were certain laboratories which are supposed to be national referral centers, apex bodies in specific areas, having all the expertise related to R&D, create policies for the government in which direction the country will go. And these were the laboratories which were supposed to be the national laboratories. So there was the National Physical Laboratory for Physical Science, National Chemical Laboratory for Chemical Science, National Metallurgical Laboratory for Metallurgy, right? And later on this continued. That was the original thought process. And apart from that, there were certain central institutes. This was the second part, to maintain specialized research institutes. That these institutes were supposed to work on a specific domain, serve the industrial requirements of those specific domain. Central Glass and Ceramic Research Institute for glass and ceramics, Central Fuel Research Institute for fuel, and similar types of things, right? Of course, at a later stage, these got much more amalgamated. There were diffusions were there. And even at a later stage, it was felt that although there was need for national labs and central labs, there was also requirement for certain regional laboratories to deal with the regional problems. Every region has its own set of problems which need to be addressed, and such address of these regional problems would cover all domains of science. Problems are not restricted to physics, chemistry, biology, or like that, or engineering. It is covers all. And as such, there were 5 regional research laboratories which were eventually established. So many of these objectives which you see are still currently continuing. Many have metamorphosed, and CSIR has evolved over the years. So Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar took the purpose of creating these laboratories, and these were the first 11 laboratories that were established. And these 11 laboratories are referred to as the Bhatnagar 11 group of laboratories, which were formed during the Bhatnagar's time. So NPL, NCL, Fuel Research Institute, SIMFAR, our director was there. So basically, this was the FRI that time, NML, drug research, research, electrochemical research, leather research, and the building research. So these were the first 11 laboratories that were set up. And as you can see, the map is not very clear. All the laboratories were located in this part, and later on, actually, it was thought that there should be more laboratories in the western side and central side. So immediately after, the 12th lab was established in CSM Central Salt and Marine Chemicals Research Institute in Bhavnagar. So I'm not going into the details of this journey. So CSIR had a very long journey, and as you all know, that two of the first, so most of, I don't want you to read all those things. All I want to show you over here is that in 1950s and 60s was the time when most of the CSIR laboratories were established as a run-up impetus that was given by Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar, and later on it continued, over the decade, and it happened. So the first one, the indelible ink, which we all give in this particular during all elections, that was one of the challenge which was given to CSIR. So when the first election commissioner of India, Sukumar Mukherjee, he said that I will not going to conduct India's general election on an ink which is imported from Britain. It has to be developed in the country with indigenous technology. And it was actually developed, and that indelible ink was there. And the other one is, as you can see, is with all of us, we grew up probably drinking Amul milk, and Amul milk is again a CSIR technology. So we did not have, the Indian population that time did not have sufficient milk, cow population to cater to the cow milk, and it was important to create these types of tin milk based on buffalo milk. And it was this which led to the development of this particular Amul. Amul is actually a CSIR technology. And then, of course, it happened, I'm not going into the details of all these things because of shortage of time. So the first tractor was developed, the Swaraj, then it was the what was there, the first indigenous supercomputer came up, the Param in CSIR, Kangra T was there, all these, eventually the later tractor technologies were there, and it developed over the decades and in which CSIR had grown. And each laboratory contributed significantly to the growth of this journey. Now, as CSIR was growing, as I told you, that from this 1916 when these things happened and 1933 when the Indian Research Bureau was there, Bhatnagar and Atmaram were working together. And actually, Dr. Atmaram was a very important player also in the growth of CSIR. He was in the core team which actually developed CSIR and was one of the very close confidants of Atmaram. So at that point of time, there was yet another challenge, industrial challenge, which came during, as I telling you, that was the war time, World War, and there was some air foams which was there to extinguish fire. And this air foam solution for extinguishing fire, which was required essentially in oil plants, because there was bombings, and these bombs will drop on oil plant and all these things will explode, and this fire there was no way of extinguishing this one. We had a near oil depot in Bajbaj, as you know. Now also we have that place, most of you are aware. And in those times, so there was a necessity of fire extinguishers, air foam based fire extinguishers which were required. And they were actually national test house. They were being asked to test those things and eventually deliver what is required. All these fire extinguishers have been imported from England. Nothing was there. And as I told you, during that test house that time, CSIR was being thought of. It was in the minds of the people. And Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar gave that work to Atmaram, who happened to be a chemist. And he was asked to come up with an indigenous variety of this air foam, which could be used to extinguish fire. Both Indian and British varieties were brought and they were tested. Now, at that time, as you know, during the wartime, most of these commanders were British. Most of these store depot managers and others were British, and they had a lot of skepticism about this Indian product. And it was found that when the British variety took several minutes to extinguish the petrol fire, Atmaram's variety developed indigenously took less than a minute. It took 53 seconds precisely to extinguish that particular fire. And it was this air foam for extinguishing fire which brought out by Atmaram was one of the first indigenous technology development which was used by the British for their installations during the World War. And in fact, this happens to be the first patent. And that's why maybe not known to many of you, CSIR's first patent and CGCRI's first patent are the same. It is authored by Atmaram and Bhatnagar. So this is actually a, part of this is a picture where Atmaram himself has been digging the pit, and he was digging the pit essentially to test this extinguisher. So along with that, the journey of CGCRI was parallelly beginning, and in 1945, Sir Ardeshir Dalal laid the foundation stone of CGCRI on 24th December 1945, the first foundation stone laid for any CSIR lab. And essentially, the work started, and on 26th of August 1950, as you can see in the picture over there, Dr. Bidhan Chandra Roy, the Chief Minister of West Bengal that time, inaugurated the institute on 26th of August. And as you can see, series of luminaries are sitting over there. Dr. Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar was there, Meghnad Saha was there, K.N. Kadju was the governor. Next you can see is Dr. Shama Prasad Mukherjee, who happened to be the Minister of Commerce during that time. And by the way, CSIR at that time did not belong to the Ministry of Science and Technology. It was a part of the Ministry of Commerce. And P.V. Raman was there, So all these people, it started. So this was the original master plan of CGCRI. And this was later the first time the Prime Minister, in fact, CGCRI had been fortunate to receive Prime Minister once only in its history. So during 1952, and we do hope that some of our Prime Ministers will also come now. And based on these laboratories, ultimately, the first laboratories of CGCRI started getting set up. And this was actually the clay laboratory, which was the first, which itself had a lot of very amazing stories were there. So when the lab was set up, CGCRI, at that point of time, it was thought that who would be the people who would be brought, and Atmaram, Bhatnagar, and several of the other people, they used to communicate among themselves to get the best people over here to work. And what were the problems in which CGCRI should work? It should definitely work on indigenization of technologies, but what were they? During that point of time, actually, there was a discussion with Satyendranath Bose, as you know, SN Bose. And he had one of his students who was an outstanding lady known as Purnima Sinha, who did her PhD with Satyen Bose. And Purnima Sinha has the reputation of being the first PhD of Calcutta University, the first woman PhD of Calcutta University in physics. So, and she had a lot of height, and along with, at that time, it was difficult for women to rise to that particular level because of the societal things. But she had a lot of support with her family. She wanted to go abroad to do her further studies. And she was in Stanford during that time, working on certain areas. So when she was discussing what areas to go to Stanford, she talked with her mentor, Satyendranath Bose, whom she is a pure theoretical physicist working on Bose-Einstein statistics. When he was asked that what she should work on, he said a very interesting thing. He said that India is a newly independent country. We need a lot of technologies. You have done work on these theoretical aspects. It is very good. You have learned the science in a big way. Now you should focus upon these things. So what are the things you should focus upon? So he was saying, India is a newly independent country. Our industries should grow. We require a lot of raw materials. India is a raw material scarce place. We need to develop technologies and scientific areas to improve our raw materials, to prospect new raw materials, to beneficiate existing raw materials, and those types of things. And he said that you should work on areas of beneficiation of raw materials, particularly clay. And that time, there was only single institution in the United States working on that. That was Stanford University. And she was in Stanford. So she had developed herself in this one. And when Atmaram was the director over here, he wanted to bring Purnima Sinha over here in CGCRI and gave her an offer to join and develop the clay laboratory over here. But she was at the point of time not willing, because she said that I have nothing over there. How will I do this particular work? And because of the lot of interaction with Bhatnagar, Bhatnagar was a member of the board of Stanford during that time, and he was a member of several of the other American societies during that time, had a lot of clout in that place, along with Satyendranath Bose. He urged the provost of Stanford during that time to give and help for developing some of the labs of CGCRI so that Purnima Sinha can work. And it is very amazing, it may look. The first clay laboratory of CGCRI was established by Stanford University as a replica of its lab. So they were identical laboratories, and these were the laboratories which were set up during that time. These were the experimental setup of clay washing and these types of labs. There has an unique Stanford Connect which was there. The next important laboratory which was set up in CGCRI was the optical glass pilot plant. This was again 1960, and one of the assignments which actually put CGCRI in the international map of glass and ceramics is actually that time the Planning Commission gave an assignment to CGCRI to produce optical glasses, which was required. It was a denial item. It was not able to be produced, and there was a lot of requirement of optical glass in outside countries also. And these optical glass pilot plants were set up, and in fact during the late 1950s and early 1960s, 25 varieties of optical glasses were developed at CGCRI, and some of them were even exported abroad. So I'm not going into the details of these innovations. The first 2 decades have a very large number of innovations which were there. We produced the signal glasses, we produced optical glasses, porcelain spark plugs were produced, special infrared transmitting glasses, tank periscopic prisms for defense, foam glass, heat insulating bricks, and all these things as you see. So in 1970s it came, we started producing the technologies of the radiation shielding windows. During the 1970s, we started for first time the optical preforms and communication fibers were produced, early 1980s. And these are some of the flagship technologies of CGCRI which we will be seeing, and the technology journey continues, and we kept on developing better and better of these types of materials. So essentially, these are the journey. So what we actually learn from this journey, CSIR's journey and CGCRI's journey are very much similar. And we have learned some very amazing sort of things of a few learning expertise. So it has been a place where there has been a lot of, connect between people. People all over the world have worked together. And one of the most interesting part of this thing that out of all the several people who are over here, they had their own differences, they had their own professional differences, they had their own ideological differences, and some point of time there had been animosities between people, between Bhatnagar and all these things, but the high level of professional respect, but they have actually set aside all those things for the betterment and development of the country's technologies. And this is one of the biggest learning. And you will find during that time, when CSIR was produced, first established, after that time, there had been several institutes of CSIR which had got European directors. And during that period of time, immediately after independence, where the high anti-European and British sentiments were there, it requires, a lot of this from these people to keep such people even in this thing. They did not stop them to get those people to lead those institutes, because there was a single option: CSIR has to come up in the top. All the institutions have to come up in the top. Even for the case of CGCRI, when immediately after independence, we all know that there was the fragmentation of India getting more aligned to Russia and all those types of things, did not deter from Stanford University to establish the lab. So scientific pursuits had been kept above everything for the best and best. And I think that is the reason why this institution and CSIR and all these institutions have risen to the level in which we see it today. So I have made very short of these types of things discussion. It's a very long story. So if you are interested, I would request especially all the graduate students who are here to go through this thing. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity today to share with you some of the history of CSIR in a short time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for your vivid information about the foundation of CSIR, CSIR-CGCRI, and their innumerable contribution to the society and the strategic sector. I now request Dr. Vamsi Krishna Balla, Chief Scientist and Head BCCD, to moderate the videographic presentation and let the students know the highlights of CSIR-CGCRI technological achievements.
Welcome to CSIR Central.
Yeah, now you have seen the history of CSIR and CGCRI. This video, about like 20-22 minutes, is a kind of preamble to, after break you will be having a lab visit and demonstration. So pay attention, and then whichever the area is interest to you, make a notes, and when you visit those respective labs, you can interact with our colleagues there and then learn more and find out any opportunity where you can come and work with us. Okay.
Class in Ceramic Research Institute, Kolkata.
Namaskar. The journey of Advanced Ceramics and Composites Division of the Institute was started during early 70s with high temperature material research, particularly on silicon nitrogen system by late Dr. Joydev Mukherjee and his group. It is now grown up with the development of advanced materials for strategic, structural and energy applications to meet the need of the nation. The main objective is to heighten technology-oriented, high-quality basic and applied research of the institute. CGCRI is the pioneer for fabrication of silicon nitride electromagnetic window by reaction bonding synthesis route for supersonic radar-guided missile, popularly known as radome, which is of great demand by the Indian Strategic Defense Establishment for high-speed Shikhar missile technology under development at RCI DRDO Hyderabad. Radome protects the radar antenna from erosion, corrosion, aerodynamic load and thermal shock while facilitating electromagnetic wave propagation and radar communication for target tracking. It caters country's military prowess and self-reliance with Make in India technology. The ongoing technology development and research efforts stem from a strong collaboration with the strategic agencies of the country like DRDO, ISRO, DAE and many more. CGCRI also developed silicon nitride ball bearings, the substitute of metal component for high-speed military combat vehicles, silicon nitride diaphragm tube for separation of toxic and hazardous component from nuclear reactor plant, carbon fiber reinforced composite clutch plate, brake disc and ring with high abrasion resistance compared to metal for high-speed heavy military vehicles, dense alumina and silicon carbide armor tile for armored vehicles to resist projectile penetration through high hardness and compressive strength, silicon carbide jet fan hub assembly for rocket engine with a propelling nozzle to expand the accelerate combustion products to high supersonic velocities, silicon aluminum oxynitride based cutting and drilling tool used for mining industry. With the advanced machining facilities, CGCRI is engaged to fabricate surface finished different engineering components from brittle and hard materials. With the development of world-class advanced ceramics-based materials, CGCRI earned a reputation in India and abroad. CGCRI is always at the service of the nation. Thank you very much.
Since its inception in 2000,
we at Bioceramics and Coating Division in CSIR-CGCRI have developed multidisciplinary competencies in the area of biomaterials, additive manufacturing, in vitro tissue culture, and surface area. We are proud to be among few forerunners in the country involved in developing healthcare products in the country. Our activities are targeted to provide state-of-the-art healthcare primarily at affordable cost and are aligned with national missions such as Swasth Bharat, Make in India and Innovate India. Our unending research efforts during last 2 decades resulted in 12 technologies, and among them 10 of them have already been licensed to different industries in this sector. We adopted product re-innovation approach to upgrade or value addition to existing technologies. Our current development activities can lead to at least 8 different healthcare products within next 3 to 4 years with technology readiness level up to 6. In this video, we highlight selected innovative products for load-bearing, non-load-bearing implant applications and also some heat-resistant coatings for aerospace applications.
In 2022, our team has successfully transferred the manufacturing technology for JTA-based ceramic femoral ball and acetabular cup for total hip replacement to CSIR-CGCRI Private Limited, an Indian medical device company. Our team has also successfully developed pure hydroxyapatite-based porous and lightweight integrated orbital implants that facilitates 100% movement of implanted eye with respect to normal eye. This technology has been transferred to different Indian companies. Our group is the foremost in India who has transferred manufacturing technology of hydroxyapatite, tricalcium phosphate and biphasic calcium phosphate based bone grafts to various Indian companies like IFGL Rourkela, Jesco Chennai and Orthotech Gujarat. Our group is also actively engaged in fundamental and futuristic research, which is the stepping stone for transforming them into viable products. For example, we have developed new generation high performance polymer composite based 3D printed spinal cage implant for the treatment of low back pain. Recently, we have also developed hydroxyapatite from fish scale, which mimics native bone composition. We have also identified a novel strontium conjugated non-calcium phosphate based synthetic bone grafts that promotes early bone formation.
We have designed electrospun antibacterial bioactive glass micro nanofiber based dressing that works at molecular level in the wound healing cascade and heals the diabetic ulcer without a scar in a short period of 15 to 20 days. Additionally, to cater the need of our Indian Army during military combat, we designed a unique mesoporous composition of a hemostatic glass that stops the profuse arterial bleeding rapidly via its well-known glass effect.
Our division has been working on development and utilization of high temperature resistant glass and glass ceramics coating for the last 20 years. Various types of heat resistant glass frits are being utilized by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, Koraput Division, Odisha to apply as high temperature resistant glass ceramics coatings on their actual MiG series aero engine components. So in conclusion, our group has been involved in various R&D activities across healthcare spectrum supported by our unique state-of-the-art facilities. With our unique skill set coupled with undiminished enthusiasm, we are firmly committed to serve our nation by continuously providing affordable healthcare to all segments of Indian population. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Welcome to Energy Materials and Devices Division. CSIR-CGCRI is committed to develop solid oxide fuel cell technology for the nation. The process starts with the batch formulation followed by the casting of porous anode layer, semi-porous anode functional layer and finally the dense electrolyte layer by the standard method of tape casting, either by the normal casting or by the co-cast method where first anode layer is cast followed by the anode functional layer over the anode layer and finally casting of the electrolyte layer over the anode functional. The green cell is then prepared by the lamination process followed by pressing, binder burnout, sintering and pre-flattening where we get the half cell. Over the electrolyte surface of the half cell, one layer of the cathode functional layer and the 3 layers of the cathode layer are screen printed, followed by heat treatment. This makes the full single cell. These cells are then further taken for the single cell testing or stack testing. For the stack loading, cells are stacked one over the other, where bipolar plate separates one cell with the other cell with the CVM connections. The pneumatic load arrangement keeps the stack compact in efficient functioning of the stack. CGCRI has demonstrated 1 kilowatt rated SOFC stack using hydrogen and oxygen. Moreover, we have demonstrated 500 watt SOFC stack using reformed natural gas and air. Apart from this, we are also working on the electrolyzer technology for the steam electrolysis for hydrogen generation, with an aim to utilize the waste heat from the thermal power plant, and we are also in the process of heat integration to utilize the heat coming out of the system.
Since 2004, CGCRI has been actively engaged in developing advanced ceramic-based electrode and solid electrolyte materials for world's most sophisticated rechargeable lithium batteries. High-end battery-grade electrode components are prepared with CGCRI patented processes and scaled up for battery application. In recent time, CGCRI developed a first-of-its-kind separator component for lithium-ion, sodium-ion and supercapacitor applications. The developed paper-based ceramic separator has been named as Paperator and fabricated using in-house designed semi-automated machine up to a scale of 100 meter in length with flexible width. This Paperator showed flame retardant characteristics, which is an essential safety requirement for any battery. The developed ceramic-based cellulosic separator is a perfect low-cost alternative of commercial plastic separators and recognized as one of the 16 CSIR technologies with future market potential.
CGCRI is also engaged in photoelectrochemical water splitting, which is considered as a sustainable technology for green hydrogen generation through harvesting solar energy by semiconductor photocatalysts. In photoelectrochemical cells, water molecules directly dissociate into hydrogen and oxygen. The current density of the photoanodes is much higher under light irradiation conditions than under dark. Photoelectrode materials must exhibit solar to hydrogen conversion efficiency of above 10% for their commercial viability.
Fiber optics and photonics division in CGCRI started its journey in the year 1982. We have at present 3 verticals in the department. Primarily we focus and do research in the area of specialty fiber fabrications, where rare earth doped special type of fibers are developed. Second major activities of our department is in the areas of development of fiber lasers and high power fiber amplifiers. The third major activity which we are now venturing into is in the area of optical fiber sensor.
The Fiber Optics and Photonics Division started its journey in the 1980s to establish indigenous capability in fabricating different types of optical fiber and fiber-based devices. CSIR-CGCRI is the only research organization in India working in this area, and it's well known for its work in India and abroad. The activities were initiated by creating a state-of-art facility for optical preform fabrication, namely the modified chemical vapor deposition process and drawing of polymer-coated commercial-grade optical fiber. Since then, the division has evolved into an advanced laboratory with all modern facilities and different kinds of preform fiber characterization facility for producing different kinds of specialty optical fibers for applications in industrial, medical, and strategic sectors. Throughout these years, the division has contributed significantly and demonstrated its capability to develop fibers of various designs and functionality, such as rare earth doped fibers for amplifier and high power laser systems, photosensitive fibers, radiation resistant fibers, polarization maintaining fibers, nano engineered fibers, photonic crystal fibers, and many others as per users' requirement. With this core strength, the activities has expanded to fiber-based components and device development. Currently, the department's research is focused on developing different kinds of specialty fiber of novel waveguide design for the future and fiber-based prototype device development in collaboration with industrial partners. This includes developing packaged high-power fiber laser systems at 1 micron and 2 micron for industrial marking, engraving, laser cutting and drilling, and medical applications in kidney stone breaking and lithotripsy. Other activities include high-power optical amplifiers for fiber-to-home and free space communications, photonic crystal-based supercontinuum source for biomedical applications, and different type of fiber sensors using fiber Bragg grating and long period fiber grating for different applications in railway pantograph, structural health monitoring, and monitoring of high temperature at critical industrial places.
Welcome to Functional Materials and Devices Division. In our division, we prepared various functional material for specific application. We prepared various kind of gas sensors for environment as well as health monitoring. We also prepared trace moisture as well as biosensors for different applications. We are working on ceramic polymer based piezo sensor for structural health monitoring and energy harvesting. We are also working on different emerging material for electrochromic display, photocatalytic water splitting for hydrogen generation, PCM based temperature control material.
We have developed phase change composite blocks for maintaining temperature of a closed area.
CSIR-CGCRI is a pioneering organization where R&D on ceramic membranes are going on since 2001. In this field, we are dedicated to the R&D of ceramic membranes, ceramic polymer composite membranes, inorganic membranes, gas separation membranes, hydrophobic membranes, hollow fiber membranes, and we have also demonstrated the applicability of ceramic membranes through our translational research in the field of arsenic decontamination, defluoridation, tannery wastewater treatment, textile wastewater treatment, and such like applications. We are having lots of collaborations with other Indian universities, IITs, and also we have foreign collaborations, and we are committed towards excelling in the R&D of ceramic membranes.
Welcome to the Refractory and Traditional Ceramics Division of CSIR-CGCRI. In our division, we are primarily involved in the R&D on refractory raw materials and products for iron and steel, non-ferrous metal, cement, glass, and other high temperature processing industries.
The main activities of our division can be divided into 4 verticals: R&D projects, testing, training, and cluster development. The major thrust of our research activity is focused on harnessing the potential of Indian minerals for making refractories. Indian bauxites and magnesites contain various impurities that impair their high temperature applications. We have devised several approaches to circumvent these limitations. Carbon bearing refractories play a vital role in steel metallurgy. We have done several sponsored research activities from industries to improve existing magnesia carbon, alumina magnesia carbon, and alumina carbon refractories. Some of these have reached the industrial application level and giving better output. In a recent activity, we developed a basic dry ramming mass for our induction furnace and scaled it up to the industrial trial. If successful, this will help to produce high quality steel from the induction melting room. Industrial solid waste such as steel slag, fly ash, red mud, electroporcelain waste, garnet sand were utilized to develop useful ceramic materials like tiles and paver blocks for structural applications. We have all the facilities for high temperature characterization of refractory materials such as creep, refractoriness under load, hot MOR, thermal expansion, etc. Also, we have been providing reliable testing services for industrial refractory products over 5 decades.
Friends, this is Sitendra Mandal, Chief Scientist and heading the Specialty Glass Division of Central Glass and Ceramic Research Institute. As you know, the Specialty Glass Division is very prestigious division in the institute, which is engaged in the applied and basic research program in the areas of glass science and technology. The Specialty Glass Division mainly devotes for its basic research and applied research leading to the technology development of the product to meet the country's and nation's requirement in the areas of Department of Atomic Energy, in the areas of Department of Space, in the areas of different research and development organizations, in the areas of IR instrument research and development establishment, in the for specialty glass science and technology. We have transferred and commercialized a couple of technologies to meet the growing requirement. For example, the glass bead technology has been commercialized by the industry, William Johnson Limited, for its use of specialty glass material as an enhanced material of nuclear safety, which finds application in the ancillary units of Department of Atomic Energy. We are doing the stringent basic research for optical glass quality, the high power, high gain laser glass, the chalcogenide glasses, the night vision objects. Apart from that, some basic research work in the areas of ferroelectric armor applications, glass foam, and waste to wealth related activities in the division. The division comprises of many PhD students. At present, around 7 PhD students are working for carrying out their basic research work under the supervision of the senior scientist to the chief scientist level. And the division has the strongest workforce of multiple disciplines, and total staff strength of the division is around 65, including the contractual staff members. That's all in brief about the Specialty Glass Division of Central Glass and Ceramic Research Institute. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
I am Jyotirmoy Shikdar, Chief Scientist and Head of Support Division in this laboratory. The name of this division is Advanced Materials and Chemical Characterization Division. The instruments used in the chemical section are ICP-MES, which is used for quantitative analysis of elements, ICP-AES, used for simultaneous analysis of elements, and atomic absorption spectrometer, analysis of concentration of elements, finally analysis of concentration of iron and titanium. The instruments of the MFF section are vibrating sample magnetometer, used for measurement of magnetic hysteresis loop, magnetic force microscope, used for magnetic domain imaging for magnetic materials, impedance analyzer, used for measurement of impedance spectrum. Instruments of the mechanical section are, that is the universal testing machine. There are two, Instron and Zwick. They are used for testing tensile, flexure and compression factors. Hardness testing machines, they are used for testing hardness and Young's modulus. They work on various range of hardness. SHPB, that is split Hopkins pressure bar, which is mainly used for characterization of high strain rate of materials. The main tasks of this division are: first, testing and evaluation of all samples from CGCRI, other labs of CSIR, industries and other academic and R&D organizations. Second, to carry out testing methods as per ASTM and IS standards. Third, to generate ECF by testing of external samples.
Myself, Dr. Torun Kumar Koil, Chief Scientist and Head Material Characterization Division. Primary objective of Material Characterization Group is to provide characterization facilities of ceramics, glass, metals and composite materials to promote multidisciplinary research for better understanding and control of composition, structure, properties, correlation. We offer characterization facilities to all R&D programs of the institute as well as external industries, academia and government agencies. State-of-the-art characterization facilities like X-ray diffractometer, X-ray fluorescence spectrometer, field emission scanning electron microscope, high-resolution analytical transmission electron microscope, focused ion beam field emission scanning electron microscope, and photoelectron spectroscope provide in-depth information about the structural and morphological properties of materials. Fourier transform infrared spectroscope and carbon, nitrogen, oxygen analyzers provide vital information regarding the chemical species present in the test sample. Differential thermal analysis, thermogravimetric analysis, differential scanning calorimetry, dilatometry, thermal conductivity, rheometry, porosimetry, specific surface area analysis, and particle size analysis are used for characterizing various thermophysical properties of advanced materials. Training on the advanced material characterization facilities are provided to students from high schools and colleges during open days of the institute. Apart from the R&D support services, scientists of the division are also actively pursuing research areas such as flexible tactile sensors for detecting various physiological parameters, biodegradable and antimicrobial polymer composites as top sheets of sanitary napkins, and calcium hydroxide nanopowder based restorative materials for heritage structure restoration.
Thank you for your kind attention.
Students, now you have got a glimpse of the R&D activities and the products of different divisions of CGCRI, and you will get to see all these in the exhibition corner of our program, and in the lab visit also you'll get to see the facilities. Now I request Dr. Shunimal Jana to deliver the formal vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, all of you. It is my proud privilege and honor to deliver a vote of thanks on this auspicious occasion of University and College Connect program that is connecting and creating future leaders as a part of CSIR OWOL program celebrating our CGCRI starting from yesterday to 26th of this month. First and foremost, on behalf of the organizing committee and also on my own behalf, I sincerely thank Professor Parthasarathi Chakraborty, Director IIST Sipur, for accepting our invitation and addressing the gathering. Sir, your motivating words will inspire the students community to be the future leader in the science and technology of our country. Thank you very much, sir. I am grateful to our guest of honor, Professor Arvind Kumar Sinha, Director, SIMPAR, Dhanbad, who joined virtually and spending his valuable time to address the illuminating talk towards the students for making this program successful. I also extend my sincere thanks to and gratitude to our Director, Dr. Suman Kumari Mishra. We are indebted to you, Madam, for your kind advice, guidance, support, and encouragement in the various stages of this event, and also for the whole program of OWOL in this occasion. I am grateful to our ex-directors, members of RC, directors of other CSIR labs who may join online and also spend their valuable time towards making this program successful. This is an event, is particularly for the graduate students, and we are thankful to all the students coming from different universities, institutes for their participation. I hope you all enjoyed the day. A special thanks to Dr. Juhi Chakraborty, Senior Principal Scientist of Bioceramic and Coating Division, for anchoring this event in a befitting manner. I am thankful to our colleagues, led by Dr. Bhamsi, to all the colleagues of the team, led by Dr. Bhamsi Krishna Balla, for making this program for a successful occasion. I owe special gratitude and thanks to Mr. Sitendu Mondal, Chief Scientist and Head, and also the Chairman of this OWOL program, and also other organizing committee members for making the program successful. This program would not be successful without the help received from, directly or indirectly, from our different R&D divisions and R&D support service division, especially Engineering Service Division, Instrumentation, Information Technology Division, Director Secretariat, Business Development and Publication Division, Administrations, Finance, Accounts, Stores and Purchase. Also, we are thankful to all our scientist colleagues, staff members, students for their wholehearted cooperation and help for making this program. Last but not the least, I, on behalf of all the entire OWOL team, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all the audience joined physically or virtually for participation. Once again, thank you. Thank you all.
Now request our Director Madam, dignitaries, HODs and students to come to the dais for a group photo. Valedictory photo. After valedictory, ma'am.
I also take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Ramanuj, who has joined us, Director IMT. Thank you for coming today. Yes, ma'am.
I have two announcements to make. For students who are invited, who have come from outside CGCRI, our HODs, sectional heads may please go to KD Sharma Hall for high tea. For the students, there is one more announcement that the group coordinators will be waiting in front of KD Sharma Hall with their placards for lab visit, followed by lunch. And for our CGCRI project staffs and students, high tea will be served in the adjoining corridor. So please collect it from there.
না আবার হবে বলছি হ্যালো 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 ফিডব্যাক আসছে হ্যালো 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 বলার পর দেখো হ্যালো একটা ফিডব্যাক হালকা ফিডব্যাক আসছে আমারটা তো আস্তে আস্তে হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ হ্যালো 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 চেক হ্যালো 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 চেক আর হচ্ছে না তো কমে গেছে তাই তো সামাল কমে গেছে তো হ্যাঁ আগে পর্যন্ত হচ্ছিল হ্যালো হ্যালো চেক হ্যালো 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 ঠিক আছে এবার ঠিক আছে এটা ঠিক আছে
Hello.
Hello.
फोन पीछे ठीक है माइक को दो पकड़ के रखो।
So students, we have arrived at the last session of today's program, and you have been given feedback forms. So you can start filling the feedback forms. Meanwhile, we will start the interactive session. So you can just start filling the feedback forms. Somebody will collect it from you. So whatever you think about CSIR and CSIR-CGCRI, you can write in these forms, and somebody will collect it from you.
You can write whatever you feel, how whether you like it or if there is anything missing or what is your expectation, or if you want to have any opportunity. That anyway Dr. G. Chakravarti will brief you in the valedictory session after this interactive session. Okay. Yes, come start.
So I see some people do not have anything to say. They're just looking at the dais. I think everybody should write something, the feedback form. Throughout the day, you have been to different labs and then the exhibition corner to visit, and you have seen our different products. It is a very, very hard work of the scientists of this institute and all over CSIR, as you have seen. The presentations, the videographic presentations, it is a very hard work of all of us. So whatever you think about it, and it is a big contribution to the society, to the strategic sectors. And if you have anything to say for improvisation of the organization of the system, you can all express in this. So we will be happy to accept, and we are waiting for that.
Hey. Okay, let us start interactive session. Okay, this is the kind of question answers. Our question means it's only we will ask some question and then you can share your opinion. What you have learnt since morning, 2 presentations and then lab tour. Okay. So first I would like to ask, any one of you can answer, share your, don't feel shy. You have seen like CSIR contribution. One of our colleague has given talk.
You can raise your hands and we'll just give you the pass on the mic.
So that you can share your views. What is the first CSIR contribution to the nation? Anyone remembers? Okay, everybody will have, yeah, anyone. Okay.
Fire extinguisher.
Fire extinguisher, good, thank you.
Just give a big round of applause.
And anything else? You have a small gift? Torus vector. Yeah, that's good. Okay, you can also take, what's your name? I don't. Yeah, good. And you can also have it. And maybe next one, all divisions you have visited, no? So, any one of you also visited the stalls also, some of them, okay? So, from energy materials division, we had a demonstration and other things. From that division, probably during interaction, our colleagues would have explained their developments and all those. So any one development which is more popular or which you felt very good? Paperator. What does it do?
Paperator actually helps to prevent the short circuit occurring.
Where? It's
In between the anode and cathode. Separator is placed.
So what's the uniqueness?
So we saw a process in which the paper was passed through a specific dip coating technique where polymers were coated on it to make the paper more flexible as compared to.
Okay.
What are the advantages of having paper? It could be, let's say, a metal plate also, or some kind of.
So one is economical and sustainability. So it has a current separators have a life of around 3.5 years, whereas this has an efficiency of around 90%. So it can last over 10 years. So that will make our phones actually more sustainable than us prolonging the life of mobile phones just by using it more.
What is the safety factor there?
So I'd like to confirm this answer to the scientist who's actually working on this paper separator, Dr. Wasim Raja. So it's not me. Hello. 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 So Wasim, how's the answer? Do you agree?
There is no negative marking.
Yeah, no negative mark and no kitchen for Wasim actually.
If
No,
anything we made wrong, we'll
she's
get
right. She's right to partially, because it's a sustainable materials. The raw materials that we'll use that can, future materials. But the chemical stability, as it's concerned, it can go up to more than 3.5 years. What is told in the existing system. So in that respect, the stability and long life of these cellulose materials is proven in our technology. So I think she is okay with that.
Kitchen.
Yeah.
Can be given.
Yeah, can be given.
And anything about glass, specialty glass product, which is most popular throughout the country, what we have learned?
I think the student can introduce himself or herself from which university he or she is. Tell a little bit.
Hello everyone, I am Paromita Bormon.
দাঁড়িয়ে বলো.
Hello everyone, I am Paromita Bormon. I am pursuing MSc in Zoology from University of Calcutta. And the answer, I think it will be the radiation, the glass that absorbs radiation and it is used in nuclear, like the Bhava atomic center, the nuclear centers.
Do you know the mechanism which elements present there that absorb the radiation?
I guess no. Sorry.
Have you heard of lead?
Yes. Yeah. 70% lead. Yes. It was told.
She want to add.
Thank you.
This is Moshiki Kola from Heritage Institute of Technology, Kolkata, and I was talking about the same thing. It is a 70% lead-based glass which can seal the gamma ray generating from the nuclear, and that's why it is used actually. Thank you.
Exactly. So now let us make a little bit generic. Okay. If any one of you have any suggestions to add any other activity when we are interacting with the young students like you, you can write, but you can also share any other point which you would like to add when we are conducting such kind of program. You may think like if we add this kind of activity or event in the part of this program, it will be more helpful to you. You can share. Now we have to go beyond what you have learned during the day.
Yeah, let's make it a little bit informal actually. Okay, please speak out because we need your feedback, and that essentially that is the main thing we are looking for. So in future we can make those correction, and we can come up with a better plan. So if I ask you actually how many division you visited, total 6. So which one you like most, if I may ask? Sorry, I cannot hear. SSCD and bioceramics. Okay. So in bioceramics, like what products you have seen, or like what are your observation?
So we got to see the 3D printing technology that was there. And we are more interested because we are from Guru Nanak Dental College. So we work with a lot of bioceramics. We use ceramics as loose materials as well as crowns and other processes. So we got really interested in bioceramics, and I also had a talk with sir if we can collaborate in future. So that's what got us interested. And also the ADCC, right? ACDD. So that field also gives us an idea on how to impregnate certain substances into carbon fibers. So strengthening materials, that is something very interesting for us.
Nice, nice.
How many of you is aware of, you can share with your friend if you have two, then 3D printing. Yeah. Yeah.
What is the 3D printer called? That one probably you have been given the demonstration.
Fused deposition modeling or fused filament fabrication.
Okay.
Basically, it comes under material extrusion. So there are APJ, airbag, plastic, forging,
So the basic principle, it is the extrusion based.
Yes. Extrusion of thermoplastic material mainly.
Mainly for polymers.
Yes.
Or polymer composite.
Yes, polymer composite. Nowadays, even metals also, like copper is also being printed. In Mark Forge, the company name is Mark Forge. So they are also printing metals also. So in that way, fused deposition modeling is currently most used 3D printing technology. That's it.
And what are the different type of 3D printer you are aware of? Can you just name a few?
There are seven distinct categories of additive manufacturing method. So among that, there are wet polymerization, that is photoreactive. Then there are digital light processing. Then there
DLP.
are, yes sir. There are selective laser melting, selective laser sintering. There are fused deposition modeling also.
For metal, which one is most preferable?
Powder bed fusion, that is selective laser sintering, I think. So
I think you deserve a key.
Thank you, sir.
Very good.
Very good. And
So you are from
what are you
which
doing now?
university?
I have given.
Oh, okay.
Which department?
Okay. Great. So next, for fiber optics, I think we have to balance more answers, responses are coming this side. So
yeah, so far I think only
fiber
one.
optics. Fiber optics division you have visited. What they make? Anyone raise hand? Okay.
This one.
They are making different type of sensors, like seismic sensors we saw, and there is also a sensor I don't recall right now, but it was using displacement sensor, as my friend is saying. It used some grating in between, and when light laser was passed, at that specific point where the gratings are present, the light got reflected. So it was like this type of displacement sensors and other sensors were used. Then we were taken inside where we saw the process by which like different diameters of fibers can be spooled out. Like we saw the mechanism, like the furnace, and like the schematic diagrams we saw.
They also make high power lasers for material processing, like laser engraving, laser marking, laser cutting, all those. Yeah, you want to add?
Yes, sir, I need to add more. My name is Prijana and I am from IISc Shibpur. I have seen 3 types of sensors, seismic sensors, strain gauge sensor, and longitudinal sensor. And I have one question regarding that. The sir has explained if it can detect the waves. If any flood area, can we predict in hilly areas if a huge amount of rain comes? Did we can predict that one using this sensor?
Whether we can predict or not.
Predict or not?
Shweta, right on time. So she is from FOPD. She can answer your
So any
question.
sort of questions you can actually,
Shweta,
point to her.
Her question.
Ma'am, I'm asking, you said that the waves are propagating, and from that we are
This way,
that
with
sensor is sensing according to that wave. I'm asking, in hilly areas, can we predict any disaster during flood or rainy
Yes,
and
yes.
and erosion? Can we predict? That's my
Yes,
that's
yes,
my question.
yes. There has been devices, seismic devices I showed you. Like they have to be tailored accordingly, but like according to the frequency of landslides. All these natural disasters, they have specific frequencies. Like landslides has different frequency. Earthquakes are having different frequency. So depending on their frequency, we have to design the package in such a way, but it is possible with drag ratings. It is possible.
Anything we are missing?
Membrane, I think you guys went to membrane.
Shubhadeep,
please.
Can I ask a generic question to all these students?
Go ahead.
Today you all are submerged in a field of research, right? Which is a time consuming for any kind of job. Like if it is a scientist, it's a time consuming job. Development is also takes its own time. So it is not like a IT sectors or any other engineering formal sector where the jobs are like that. So how many of you, if given opportunity in this institute, want to carry research for your future? Please put your hands up.
How many of you actually already PhD student? Can you please raise hand? Only handful. So majority of you are doing masters or masters. Okay. Undergraduate also. How many undergraduate can I have? Okay. So I think masters and undergraduate are pretty much balanced. Okay. So yeah, as Washim is asking, given an opportunity, because today already you have got some idea like what type of research we do in CGCRI, right? And what are our scientist expertise, what sort of facilities we have. That probably a glance we have already witnessed when you visited the division. So how many of you are interested in carrying out the research in CGCRI? And if so, what are the fields that will be more attractive to you? Can you please say? Microphone, please.
As being from the dental field.
Your introduction, please.
Hello, I am Devopriya Chatterjee. I am an intern in Guru Nanak Institute of Dental Sciences and Research. As being from the dental field, the field that interests me most is obviously bioceramics, as there are numerous medical applications, dental applications in the field. Also, the fiber optic lithotripsy, that is a medical application which can be used for salivary gland stones and surgical procedures. And in addition to that, the impregnation which we saw in the ACCD department, that is also there because it would help us fabricate newer materials for more benefit with the impregnation process. Nice. So most of the departments have some or more application in our field. So overall it is very interesting and it's very innovative.
So in this context, if I ask you, how many of you are aware of CGCRI earlier? Okay. Okay. You know that we are doing this kind of extensive amount of research in this diverse field?
No, sir.
Probably it was not. Okay. No.
Yeah, Shubhadeep, in that line, I have an additional question. before their visit to this laboratory, what they think about CGCRI in terms of it's a institute who deals with ceramic and glass, and what they learned after the visit. That, if any student can explain.
Before that, if I ask you your experience, what you thought about CGCRI before you joined your CSI?
Yeah, that I will tell. That will
Okay,
tell.
okay. I think
that will describe.
whatever my colleague Raja has asked, if you have anything, there is nothing wrong in not knowing about CGCR. Okay, that's fine. And even any one of you, if you don't want to do research here, there is nothing wrong in it. Okay, it's an individual opinion and individual decision. If you think anything which is like you don't want to share our mic or something, you can write. So no issues. So yeah, continuing with Raja's
Yeah, thing is
question,
that
anybody wants to share?
Before even when I was a student, I am a PhD from this institute. So when I was a student, I also feel that ceramics, that is completely maybe the tiles and other thing. And when I started my PhD career here, I found that it is only a particular product that is available in the market in form of tiles. But the ceramic world and glass world is totally different. So that was the perception we built, and we are doing research here. So like you have, morning when you came here, you had some thoughts that it may be some ceramics like thing. And when you learn that it's a bioceramic, it's an energy material, it's a radome which is applicable for missile, it's a radiation shielding glass, it's a fiber optics. So I just want to know that what perception you have now, currently, after visiting the lab. Anyone can tell.
Not only one, maybe a couple of you can share. Go ahead. Microphone, not camera.
Well, before joining here, I was quite like, it was maybe a normal lecture like place where I would be given some information. I was just curious what is about this whole institute. So when I entered, I was like, okay, there will be some question answer round just like this, or maybe some information like in a form of a PPT that was given also. The lab visit was the best part of the whole experience because I didn't have any idea about the whole institute. Actually, I didn't even research about it. I am kind of a person who likes to explore the thing when I'm there at the present moment. So as the visit started, I get to know about various things like the preparator. I haven't any idea about that. It was the most quite amazing lab I visited today, and it was very happy experience for me, but because I had never had any idea that there are something that could be made, and as Sir said, he made it from scratch. He haven't any idea about how this is. He can make it. He said that it was from scratch, so he didn't know how to make the machines or how to execute the whole thing. Right. And even it is not even commercialized, just patented. Just 2016 to 23 is done, and it's still under in the final stage. But the product was amazing. When I touched that preparator's material, it was amazing. I didn't even feel there is any difference between the normal paper and it, because it was very well made. It was very well made.
So the question lies, how many layers are there?
It's 3 layers or 2 layers.
Yeah, correct. 3 layers. So all together 7 layers if you take the substrate itself.
You are actually undergrad or
undergrad?
Undergrad. So you keep in touch with him.
I think I have to take mic from.
So
I'll share that.
Keep in touch with him. Maybe like if you pursue that in your career as a PhD student, you're welcome to come to CGCRI and explore more in that direction.
Thank
you. Yeah. Anybody?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ayun Pal. I'm from Jadavpur University. So on the contrary,
which department?
Material and metallurgical engineering. Okay. So I did my BTech in ceramic technology. So I had fairly idea regarding the subject.
From CCT?
from CCT. So I had a fairly idea regarding the subject, but we were limited by the fact that in our college we did not have so much sophisticated instruments. So during my undergraduate career, I had visited this CGCRI. It was a one-day visit, but that visit was mainly limited to the refractory department only regarding our RUL and PC testing. But I had learned earlier from the teachers that there are several departments in this institute. So this is my first time that I had visited the other departments apart from the refractory one. So the experience is outstanding. Means especially the bioceramics department or the advanced ceramics, which are especially which demands a lot of further research. That departments, this is my first exposure. So for the small span of time, we could not understand all the things because the time was the constraint. So in future, if there would be much greater time to understand the facts regarding the field of study, then that would be really helpful.
In this context, I can make one general comment to all of you. We do offer an internship program that is called summer internship program. So that essentially.
So we'll be explaining some schemes which
Okay.
we have for the students. So I'll tell that.
Okay. So we actually offering couple of different programs where the master students and also undergraduate students can come our lab and stay here for substantial like a 1 year time, carry out the project. A lot of scope and opportunity that my colleague Dr. Jimmy Chakraborty will be explaining that later. Anybody else?
Membrane.
Hey, no response from the back. What happened? You want me to swap it? Like you want to come forward? This people will go back? No, I'm serious. You have to respond. Same here also. Respond. See, make it very informal.
Right side response is less.
Yeah, exactly. Make it very informal. So we also get excited when you interact with the students. Understand, na?
Actually, backbenchers will have more like world knowledge than the front benchers. Front benchers are only to write exams and score. That's it. 9 pointers or whatever, grade point. The backbenchers should have more wide spectrum of understanding. So we should respond more. Okay, go ahead.
So hello everyone, my name is Gaurav Goswami from Jadavpur University, Chemical Engineering, 3rd year UG. So in the whole experience of the lab, the most fascinating thing that I have seen is the paperator, means the separator of paper. Means I am personally very much interested in the field of renewable energy and battery and all that. A more good experience would be to see the use of composite and ceramics in the fuel cell, which we were not shown disopportunately because of time probably. But it would have been more enjoyable if we could see the use of ceramics and all in the fuel cell, which is mainly composed of the nanomaterials and non-inorganic and organic components. So I would wait if we get another opportunity to see the use of them in the fuel cell as well.
Thank you.
You're doing undergrad, no?
Undergrad 3rd year.
Yeah. I think Juidi can tell you when she'll speak about the opportunities. Definitely you'll get something.
So many.
Anyone else?
Here. What's her name? You raised.
Hey, actually forgot to give you this kitchen. All of you respond. Where is the kitchen?
We are distributing.
Oh, distributing.
So many.
Wherever
it gives mic.
ठीक है.
Actually, I am a student of masters in zoology, so we don't have any proper knowledge about industry, but our HOD encourages us very much to start up new things to help society.
Who is your HOD, if you kindly acknowledge her?
Inara Banerjee. Okay. So they also, our department also organized a A2I program for our experiencing some knowledges about how what others doing. So from there we have an idea about startup of a special type of blood collecting tube which will not affect the blood quality. Nowadays actually first pre-existing they used glass tubes for collecting the blood samples, but as time goes the glass tubes are heavy to carry, so they transformed into plastic. So they usually plastics which will not affect much the sample quality, but sometimes when they had to carry a lot distance, so তখন কি হয় না ওই স্যাম্পল এফেক্ট হিসেবে আনএফিশিয়েন্ট কোয়াগুলেশন হয়ে যায়, দেন sometimes when clots are made to disease identification, then not proper results are found. So we are thinking about a invention of typical type of blood collecting tubes, which inner wall will be glass, borosilicate glass, and the outer wall will be plastic. So it will not be heavy enough to carry, and it will also not affect the quality of the sample. So as a student of zoology, we don't have any proper idea how they are manufactured or customized manufacturing of these tubes. So this program helped us many ways. So we are so privileged to attend this program, and thank you.
Yeah, sure. Actually, you can also get in touch with our glass division. Actually, all of you, if you want to make further networking or interaction to the scientists, you can go to that our website CGCRI, www.cgcri.res.in. You can just Google search it, and there all our divisional portfolio, products, faculty information, everything is there. Email ID, contact number. Okay, so feel free to reach to us anytime. Okay, so thank you.
So over and above all, I have a comment to make. Like just now, our colleagues told that we do research, but exactly what we do is we develop products out of research. We use research to develop product for the society, but the society knows very little about us. That is the problem. So we have to have more of this kind of programs, which we have just started. And we will continue with this kind of campaign so that everybody knows about us, what we do, and how our products goes to society, how it helps the society and the strategic sector.
So in this line, actually, as Dr. Bhamsi was telling, that scope for improvement. So that time actually didn't discuss that. So can we share a few words each other, like what we think that these areas we can still improve during this type of outreaching program? You understand the question, right? Yeah. Microphone. Which?
So what we did here was a very interdisciplinary approach. So not all of us are well versed with what kind of material sciences goes behind ceramics or glass. So what we have an idea about ceramics is very limited to dental ceramics. But this is a vast world of so many things that we just came to know. Also, like the FMDD department, analyzing gases, gas sensing. This is such a unique concept. We use gas pressures in the dental pulp so many times. We analyze via fast Fourier technology. We can very well use the fiber sensing technology to understand what's going on inside a small dental pulp. And even dentistry is a very concealed subject. We don't really go beyond a certain point. মানে সবাই জানে যে দাঁত তুলতে আসছি, RCT করলাম, filling করলাম. It's a very limited subject. So actually we can explore it in a very beautiful way via help from institutes like this. So I would like to next time, maybe if possible, even we could do a little bit of research and come. I think that's something even we lack.
Carrying a project or
carrying a project, something like that, and also a little bit more insight into the material sciences, like what exactly is a gas sensing mechanism, or what exactly is going behind the ceramics building. Why are we using a glass tube of a certain material? Why borosilicate? Why not something else?
Got it.
So something into like that genre may be helpful.
For that, only thing is that we have to make it a bit big. The time span will be elongated.
Yes.
Currently, like we are accommodating so many events in one short day, maybe like 6 hours, 7 hours program. So that's kind of bottleneck. Yeah, well taken. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Anybody else?
No? Okay, just 1 minute I will talk. Because why we are doing, as in the morning I was mentioning, whatever knowledge or technical or experience which we have generated, if you don't share or transfer to the next generation, it will stop there. Okay, that is the primary a focus of today's event, and we keep doing such activities, transferring our knowledge and expertise to future generations. Okay. We also expect the same thing from you also. Wherever you go, within your institute, your friends, you can share what you have learned here, what you came to know, new things which you have learned here. Talk about our institute so that they can also get an opportunity to come here whenever we organize events or any other opportunity, they can also learn. Okay. With it, I think we can conclude the interactive session. And then whatever you have any
Feedback.
comments, you can write in the feedbacks and then leave it, we can collect it. Okay. Now I will request Dr. Chakravarti.
Actually, we need more of good students to come to our institute, work with us, and they also get benefited. We also be benefited out of it. So we have a few opportunities for students at CGCRI. First is CSIR. CSIR is Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research. So this is an academy under which PhD and MTech and PhD integrated programs are there, and it was established in the year 2010, July 17, and admission process is twice a year, so it takes place, and there is some eligibility condition which is there for the student that I will show. So doctoral programs, PhD in science is offered, and engineering also is offered. There is also a direct PhD in engineering which is offered for exceptional students. So first is PhD in science. So the eligibility criteria is given here: bachelor's degree in engineering, technology, medicine, or master's degree with a keen sense of scientific inquiry. All these details are there. These are the areas: biological, chemical, physical, and mathematical. So these are the different areas. And there is a necessity that the candidate should have cleared NET examination, national level, okay, that is JRF, SRF, or various funding agencies. For example, CSIR conducts one NET exam, then this is the same for UGC or DVT, DST, etc. Even ICMR is also there. And inspired fellowships also are there for carrying out PhD for the university rank holders. So they also can come and register at CSIR for their PhD program. And in engineering also, the necessity and the eligibility is on GATE score. So a valid GATE score or UGC, the NET, all these which is same as the previous one should be there. So with these eligibility criteria, you can apply for CSIR PhD program twice a year. Once in August, another is in January. Then direct PhD, as I told, that BE, BTech, 2-year experience as project associate, or CSIR, SRF, then industrial candidates. Some candidates are industry sponsored. The whole fees of CSIR are provided by the industry. So those candidates are also allowed. And then BE, BTech or MSc plus national level fellowship, that is NET fellowship, or ranked first in the university. They will have direct entry into the PhD program, which is already told. Then another is the one which is in the eligibility criteria in the previous program, CSIR program, which is CSIR UGC NET exam. So they can qualify these exams. They can have their independent fellowship. They can come to our level of national labs. They can get registered in UGC universities as well. Like we have along with us affiliation, Jadavpur University is there, Calcutta University, etc. there. So they can get registered in those universities also and carry out research at our labs. But they should have their own fellowship, which is CSIR UGC NET exam. and that is NetJR. So this is already, you can see in the website, this eligibility criteria is there. There one more program for the UG students. So that is summer internship during the month of May to July. So 2 months summer internship for final year BTech students or MSc students. That can also be done. That can also be carried out at our institute, but that is advertised at our website, and you can follow the website. It comes at around in the month of January, February it comes, and then you should apply. Then there is a internal screening that takes place, and then according to the shortlisted candidates, they can join for 2 months summer internship to get to know about the lab activities and all the research which is going on, and according to their background, the divisions will be given, provided to them, and supervisors will also be chosen. Then senior research fellowship, which is direct fellowship also, which is provided by our headquarter, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, Human Resource Development. So that is after some experience. Suppose a candidate is having postgraduate degree with 2 years of research experience and a couple of publications, they can apply. They're working somewhere else, they can apply directly for the senior research fellowship to CSIR and then can join our lab for PhD program. So this can be also a direct kind of entry without any national level test. This can be a direct level entry. Suppose many people are working after post-graduation to different universities also, and they have as project assistant, as project associates, and they have some publications, and then they have the eligibility for applying for direct SR. Okay, so this is all, some 4 or 5 schemes are there, and if you have any query, you can ask. And after this kind of discussion, I think we will have some good candidates at our lab to work with. This is our expectation.
Okay.
Yes, any question?
Yeah. So if you have any questions before that, just couple of, I think, more clarification. Actually for GRF, like program, so the current remuneration or stipend is 36,000 plus HRA, 24% HRA. I think quite a good amount. SRF is about 42,000 plus 24% HRA. Okay. And those, as Dr. Jui said, there is a direct PhD recruitment. So that is essentially like you undergrad final year, you already complete that, and you have a GATE score. So with that GATE score and the undergrad degree, you can apply for integrated MTech PhD program. So for that, first 2 years will be the GRF scale, and the last 3 years will be the SRF scale. So if you compare that salary with the IITs, CSIR pays a lot. Because I actually did my master's from IIT Kanpur, I got that time only 5,000. And the salary probably now increased to 15,000 or something like that. Whereas doing the same thing here in MTech, you'll be getting about 35,000 plus HRA, around let's say 42,000. So this, I'm just saying because just to, inspire you guys, monetary is also an important thing. So that not necessarily you have to go for the industry to support your family. You can also carry out your higher studies, simultaneously can support your family. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
So what sir wants to say is not only lucrative research, you have lucrative salary as well.
You heard the word sustainability, right? That's very important in research as well as in personal life. In addition, you can also join in the project. So that's another thing. So as a project staff. So that also, like suppose somebody does not have any NET qualification after master's or GATE qualification after undergrad. So if they are bright, we also offer different, publish different advertisement on our specific to the project that background is required. So he or she can appear for the interview. There'll be, most of the cases, a walk-in interview. So, and then you'll be, getting absorbed that whatever project we publish, let's say it's a project GRF. So you'll be matching the same salary, what you're supposed to get from the CSIR. Is that clear?
So this is apart from CSIR. What I have told, 4 or 5 schemes, it is directly from CSIR. And apart from CSIR, we grab different projects. We run different projects to develop our products, funded by, suppose, defense, funded by Department of Biotechnology, Department of Science and Technology, and our mother concern, which is CSIR. So in those projects also, we have student positions. So those are what Dr. Bodhak told is project staffs, project associate, project assistant, then like that. So
Project
those
GRF.
also you can apply.
And advantage is that, it doesn't mean that you cannot do your PhD. Once you join your project, so after you complete 1 year, then you are eligible to apply for ACSIR. So you understand ACSIR, right? That is the academic CSIR. So we basically, since 2012, if I'm not mistaken, earlier what happened actually, like suppose if my students want to do PhD, then I have to register him or her to some universities, because we do not have that privilege to give the degree. Okay, so in 2012 onwards, CSIR started this academic CSIR program. So now I'm very proudly telling you, I think it is the largest PhD producing body in India. More than, I think, 16,000 PhD students is currently registered in ACSIR. So after, let's say, you join any project as a project GRF or whatever position, after 1 year, then you'll be eligible to apply for this ACSIR PhD program. You can register, and for that, actually, you need to have 1 publication during this your 1 year tenure. Okay?
So ACSR is ranked 12 in the whole country, just after the IIT, and compared to, maybe I'll tell or not tell, compared to Jadavpur University, which is ranking 19, and Calcutta University is in the 35th position in NIRF ranking. So ACSR has advanced very fast, and anybody can register for PhD for a very good PhD degree in this.
Yeah, ACSR is essentially academy. It was found by Act of Parliament. Okay, you may be thinking like whether the degree which you probably will get from ACSR may be recognized or not. It is academy formed by Act of Parliament. So most of these academic institutes are formed like that. Okay, we have a couple of our own students who graduated from ACSR. If any one of you want to share your experience, just 1 minute and then we'll come.
I have registered for ACSIR in 2015, and I have completed my degree in 2019. And within this 4 year, I think 1 year is the coursework one, which because I am from life science background, I have to do the 2 institute coursework, the CGCR and IICB both. And one thing I can be sure of ACSIR is that you have to be you just go through the ACSIR in very smooth way without any hassle. And top of that, your ACSIR committee who is analyzing your PhD is helping you for getting that degree, not is bothering you for that degree. Okay, so thank you.
Now all of us stand up for national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
So we end our program here, and we expect that we'll see you all once again in some other program.
you.